All right, so launching up to YouTube. We're going to pop out that chat there. I didn't press play on the synthwave. I should do that here in a second. All right. So, yeah, basically, over the past month or two, I've had a chance to chat with people and think about the future of Waltr. And I think billing is actually like a narrower description of it, right? When instead, it's more like quota management, right? And you can use it for billing as well. But I'm gonna need to rethink the data models a bit. Because, right, I want this to be usable by all sorts of other SaaS companies. And I want them to be able to bill by specific, like they should have multiple things that they can do as like a quota for a management system. Now, mainly, I'm still thinking like usage based. So, as a user uses up bandwidth or like storage space or things like that, you can just send that to my app and we can visualize a lot of that for you. I don't know. I think supporting billing and just like arbitrary quotas is the move. It does become a little trickier. But it's not that much trickier. And I did speak with someone who's like, in the startup game. They mentioned that it's not really something they were looking to have a software as a service do for them. But I also think if I build it right, it could convince them. So yeah. Um, what it means is my marketing pages are going to have to massively change because there's going to be like focused landing pages for all sorts of stuff. Right? So if you want to set up your own prepaid billing for a game, that would be its own marketplace and description of how you would do that stuff. And thank you for the follow, Finn. Appreciate that. Let me get some more tea going. Just a sec. Nice Earl Grey from Harney and Sons. I don't know. And what's up, Moxon? How you doing? All right, got to get some caffeine in me. And yeah, what are you up to? I mean, I've run into issues recently. I don't know if it's just on my end though. Like, what I would say is it's worth it to multi-stream to it anyway, right? So if you're going to be streaming to Twitter, or not Twitter, to Twitch, I mean, maybe even to Twitter, to YouTube, whatever, adding Algora isn't that much effort. Right? Like for the RTMP plugin for OBS, it's just another thing that you just click the start button for. Yeah, I mean, if you have bandwidth available, I would recommend something other than Restream. Right? There's plugins for OBS to where if you have the bandwidth available, you can just do that stuff yourself. Restream is nice because they do the like the merged chat though. So if that's something you're using, I could see that. And man, we just hit 100 upvotes over in the web dev subreddit for a post about Giphium. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And hey, what's up, Melted Fire? Moxon, all I was saying is I would avoid Restream. There are plugins for OBS. If you have the bandwidth available to upload to all three separately, I would just use an OBS plugin instead. I'm just drinking tea right now. Yeah, if you don't have the bandwidth, then you don't have the bandwidth. So yeah, we're pivoting a little bit of what Waltr is trying to do. But what I'm thinking is we're going to need feature flags as well. All right, so we create that repo. I need to do this real quick. Wait, I did post over to Discord, right? Yeah. Cool. Just double checking that. All right. Two-factor auth time. Yep. Oh. Looks like we got a bug. Oh, we got a major bug. Well, that's annoying. Oh. That should not be giving us that error. Hmm. Well, that's annoying. We'll just do this. All right, so let's try this again. All right, so the main group here is auth. We're going to have dev. Staging and prod. Oop. All right, so the feature we want to generate, this one is maybe we just call it like GitHub only. right? OAuth GitHub only. There is no schedule for it in dev, staging, and prod. We'll have that on. In dev, we'll actually have it off. Or maybe we do it the opposite way. All right, non-GitHub providers. So then it's on in dev, off in staging. Interesting. We've got a major bug here. Oh, and our routing for that is broken. Okay, so we've got a bug with how the flags work, which is annoying. Yeah, so we'll have to get back to some Vexilla stuff here eventually. Hmm. So, it looks like we didn't have. Yeah, we didn't have enough testing. Let's try this. Wow, yeah, we got so much more work to do on this. Hmm. Oof. All right, so it looks like we're not using Vexilla at the moment. Super annoying. Yeah, we spent so much time on the SDKs and not nearly enough time on the app, like checking edge cases. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, so yeah, we'll just create a broken value here right now. All right, we'll just hard code that for now. Yeah. I don't want to nerd snipe myself into fixing Vexilla right now. Music volume. It's a little quiet. Well, we need to bring in prettier. It says formatting completed, but it didn't. Let's restart all the extensions and see if that does it. There we go. Yeah, that was weird. All right, so then this is should not show. So it's not going to be an action icon. It's going to be a button. Okay, cool. So now button go W full, variant filled color black. And we want to give it some space. All right, so then this is flex. We'll say gap 2. Nope. Item center, justify center. Not sure why the gap isn't working, but yeah, you can just do this. I think 4 is too much. Yeah, we wanted 2. When you have a sign in with GitHub button, do you have the icon on the left or the right? Like, what's a good website with that as an option? Yeah, continue with GitHub. Ooh, I like that even more. Yep, and then here we would validate. All right, so yeah, login there works fine. And yeah, we'll want to get a feature flag for that here eventually, but yeah, a bit trickier. All right, so we got the auth working. So this is the part where we have to like really like rethink our terminology and our data model. So yeah, the basic idea is that do we have our data model like written out anywhere? Not really. Let me, like, I guess it's going to be in our types. So here in TSBS, all right, we've got the idea of a business and a business user. And hold on, before I get too deep, so I don't want to commit that. All that seems fine. Okay, so we add that. Wait, did I not do that right? Got. Yeah, I didn't even look to see that got wasn't. Was a command not found? That's fun. And that env file shouldn't even be used because env variables are set with architect. I'm pretty sure I just added that to the wrong folder. I'll have to look at what's in there. And hey, what's up, Khalid? Did you miss a lot? No, I don't think you missed much. All right, so then let me double check. What is in patches here? Yeah. All right, and then in planning, I think planning is. Yeah, we were trying to use logsec, which is like an Obsidian competitor, and I just didn't like it. There's just something wonky about it. It's probably the way I was using it. Now, let me just check this. Yeah, okay, so let me clear the buffer. I don't want to leak those keys. I don't think I'm even using them, though. So I think we're good there. Okay, so yeah, looking back at our types again. We've got the idea of a transaction. That was the end of the album. Yeah, so we're like having to rethink the entire data model for this. Here's what I'm wondering. Does this actually end up warranting a hard fork? Like, are these fundamentally two different businesses? Is one like the billing thing, and is another the quota management? And I missed a follow. Iritesh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Like, the big thing I can see for doing them separately is that by doing them separately, it would mean that our data model for what a transaction is and how we manage like the balances would change. But the use case for doing them in the same thing is that they're so close to being the same thing that realistically, even for like a game, there may be multiple currencies that they need to work with. And if they're doing multiple currencies that we would want to deduct from, so maybe we end up splitting them out, but maybe it's the same service. So then here in the sidebar, we just have the option of someone, right? So then transactions would go away at the top level. And we would have the idea of quotas. Quotas and balances. So yeah, and I don't think the transactions page makes much sense anyway. But yeah, if we have the idea of accounts, when you click into an account, and yeah, let's do this. We'll log out. What is it? John Bon Jovi at Gorilla. right? And then we get this as the link. Right? So we log in with this user and they have data. We'll say, sure, microtransaction, allow to overdraft. Coins, it's a suffix, next. I think the payment provider thing goes away. So then here, right, we can look and see that we have accounts. And if we want to go like view the details of the account, this is where like payments and transactions would be. And I think at this point, like payments just don't make much sense. And transactions would have to be tied to a specific quota or balance. Right? So really what you end up seeing on this page is like maybe the user details. And then you would just see like overviews for like a quota, right? Which is they have used blank of however many things, right? And then balances would just be like a numeric value that then gets you into like the transactions and payments part. Yeah, I like that. So I think we are going to put it all into one service, right? I don't think there's value in splitting them out. I think quotas and balances are fundamentally just separate, but still within like the same Waltr umbrella. I think I still like the idea of a transaction, but at this point, I think a transaction needs to be tied to a balance. So there's going to be a balance ID associated with this. And we need to basically create a balance. And what we end up seeing is that, right, here in business settings, this stuff, right, a lot of this is no longer business specific, right, such as the currency label, overdraftable, billing type. The Stripe and the PayPal, we're going to get rid of. At least for the MVP. So then, yeah, payment providers we don't really care about. We'll still want users to be able to pass metadata about a transaction, though. Or about a payment, technically. Like, oh, the user added more coins to their balance. Yeah. And Khalid, so no, this is not a new project. We've kind of had this one going for like almost like a couple years, but we haven't pushed it over the finish line. The original idea was just to build out a usage-based billing model, very similar to how DigitalOcean works. If you haven't used DigitalOcean, I don't know. I don't want to go too deep into it. Not right now. But yeah, the idea is now, I think pretty much every software as a service needs to manage like quotas as a system, right? So how much bandwidth you can use, how many, requests you can make per month, things like that. Like monthly active users, like all that stuff. So those are quotas. And then billing is still like the DigitalOcean like balance that you deduct from usage based or more like a game's, you know, uh, internal currency. So I guess at this point, yeah, we need to massively rework all of this. So yeah, business settings would end up being much simpler, and it's actually just the business metadata, right? The name of it. And actually, a lot of that goes on just the business itself. So business settings might go away. So yeah, the logs end up right. Like we still want like auditability. So part of the goal is to allow people to have easier SOC 2 compliance by recording who changed what and when type stuff. So that's what these log things are for. Oh, and I remember what search field is for now. Basically, we create a search field inside a Dynamo so that we don't have to query over like every column. And instead, we just jam together all the values into a single search field, and then our search just searches over that. It's a bit naive, but I think it works. So instead of a business setting, we're going to call this a balance. Dual chart. Thank you for the follow. Right. So then Quota is going to have a business ID, a quota ID, quota type. Uh, Quota adjustment? Sure. So I forget what the two-way stats are for. But man, we did that years ago. I think I think that's just for our graphing. Yep. Yeah, so that's just for that. So I think a transaction transaction is fundamentally tied to a balance. So then balance ID. Balance ID there is required. And we're going to want to really think about like our data access patterns. Because this is Dynamo, so we need to set up like how our indexes are kind of like set up. All right, so a balance being overdraftable. No. All right, we're using DynamoDB. All right, payments are fundamentally related to these. So yeah, if you're not familiar with DynamoDB, you should understand single table data design. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Just chilling? Nice. All right, so an account. Did we ever even use that value? Yeah, I think that is just wrong. Yeah. Again, Iron Maiden. If you've ever used DynamoDB, single table data design is the way to do it. This is not up for debate. Have you ever used DynamoDB? Yeah, exactly. And I'm willing to bet you used it wrong at that point. Not really. You can think of it as document oriented, but when you think of document oriented, you think of like infinitely nestable objects. Dynamo is not that. Sure, man, but your dot dots are pretty passive aggressive. And there's another. Implying that there's something I should be reading between the lines for because it's not just a sorry. Or you could just say the word sorry without the dot dot dot. There you go. What's up, Rupert? For the most part, Iron Maiden, I'm just not trying to debate single table data design with someone who hasn't done DynamoDB before. I gave you two articles that you could go read to understand why that's the preferred way of doing DynamoDB. But you decided not to read them and you just want to debate me about it. Like, no, we're not doing that right now. TypeScript. So, right, we have the idea of a balance, and this is the metadata for that kind of balance. This right here is an individual accounts balance. They're fine for certain things. The main gist is that an accounts balance is it's something that needs to be calculated rather than just like a static value on here. Yeah, we'll think about the account balance thing more later. Now, Iron Maiden, are you still out there? Because I do have at least a little bit I can explain about why we do the IDs this way. I'm not going to debate single table versus multi-table, but I can at least explain why the IDs are set up this way. Okay, so looks like we don't have to do that. So what I'm wondering here now is we've got the idea of a quota adjustment. And all that ends up doing is increasing the maximum of a quota that a user can use. Whereas we still probably want to have the idea of a quota transaction. A quota transaction is basically just a user's addition to that. That is what the balance, like usage-based billing, would be for. Yes. Quotas are slightly different, right? Quota would be... Well, I mean, I guess compute could do that if you're billing them on like a serverless approach, right? But if you're talking about compute in more like the DigitalOcean approach, where you spin up like a node or a droplet or whatever they call it, that would be usage based, and that's slightly different. Right? So you would just send me their rate that you're billing them at, and I just simply mark like the intervals at which that changes, and then I do the you know the total billing like calculation nightly. But a quota is more like, yeah, a quota would be more like the serverless model, where let's just say you're billing someone based on like they get a terabyte worth of bandwidth a month. Well, yeah, that's like an individual thing that you just send me a value for, and I use that value as like a transaction against that quota. And then I just add all those up to see how much of your quota you have left. So that's the main idea. I want to build out these two different types of things, and adding the quota part is new. It's not something that I was originally planning, but as I've like chatted with and thought about it and discussed it, I think it is something that we end up needing. So yeah, the main goal is for you to be able to spin up whatever, right? Maybe like there's only so much you can like plan ahead for until you really just like start digging into it. And technically, we're doing a bit of a pivot on this idea, right? Like before, we were really thinking about like middlemaning Stripe and PayPal and all that stuff. I think there's less value in doing that at this point. And instead, just managing the balances and the quotas makes way more sense. So, really, like, a lot of like startups pivot, you know? And by doing this pivot, I think it actually makes what I'm trying to do easier. Like, not right now because we have to like completely rework our data model. Yeah, yeah, like it worked for Lemon Squeezy, sure, but like, you know, I just think the moment that I'm actually touching the money, I don't know, there's something like really annoying and much harder about that situation. At some point, we could always add the middleman approach later, but for the MVP, I think we just pivot to doing only quota and balance management because I still think those are things that are valuable. Like, I still think my target customers are basically like software as a service is the new thing with just like the general quota idea, but I still think the core market is usage or transactional billing for like startup, like chat GPT wrappers, as well as like game devs. Secondary market would be like hosting providers. But yeah, main market, I don't know. I'm trying to really think what would be the right way to like market this towards investors, because that would be the right way to start trying to explain it here in chat too. So really, hold on. I'm going to create just like a notes file or something. Ooh, and I actually didn't even notice this, but yeah, we still get like the much solid and all that. Oh, that's dope. Because we saved it as like a workspace configuration. That's awesome. I may want to copy that and just make that the global. All right, so user personas. What's up, Tommy, little bro? I just saw some memes about that recently. Nah, we didn't finish the Mermaid GitHub action because we ran into a whole bunch of weird like bundling issues. But you can look at how I started building it. Yeah, basically, we have a broken CLI build mainly because of how Mermaid JS and their CLI tool needs to use Puppeteer, and we were running into all sorts of weird Puppeteer issues. No, no, and I get that mentally toxic, but that is that's very like vague and marketing pitchy. What I'm trying to get at is like the core of it. And yeah, what were you up to today, Tommy? Oh, it's SO. So you're doing some gaming. And what is Wiz? And TCG Simulator, that's the where you basically run like a Pokemon card shop kind of thing. Wizard 101. I'm not familiar with Wizard 101. Oh, it's old. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, this seems almost like AAA for 2008. Oh, it came out way before 2008? Really? This says 2008. Damn, Gamebryo. That is an engine I haven't heard of in ages. Gamebryo was one of the first like fully cross-platform game engines, wasn't it? And by cross-platform, I mean like Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, like all at once. Yeah, Bully. I didn't realize Oblivion was a Gamebryo game. I remember hearing about Defiance. That's the one that had like a TV show that took place at the same time, right? Yeah, it was a tie-in to the sci-fi show of the same name. It was kind of a cool premise. Basically, like stuff that would happen in the show would be events that happened in the game, kind of thing. So like it was an evolving world. Kind of an interesting idea. Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, those were Gamebryo engine games too. I did not realize that. Sid Meier's Pirates, Civilization 4 and 5. Hmm. Damn. Yeah, Gamebryo was huge, man. Oh, Pirate 101 by the people that made Wizard 101, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, like Rocksmith. Yeah, bunch of games. Crazy. Splatterhouse? Ooh, I forgot about that one. One of the Tenchu games? Hmm. Now hold on. What is Net Immerse? I don't know. Oh, Net Immerse was maybe like the predecessor to Gamebryo. Where do they where do they talk about it? Aha. Yeah, yeah. So Net Immerse was made at NDL, and Net Immerse then evolved into Gamebryo Lightspeed. So yeah, Dark Age of Camelot, Morrowind. Yeah, crazy. And yeah, when was the last game made with it? 2015. Hmm. Yeah, such a like relic of its time. So yeah, like 2012, is that basically when Unreal Engine like opened up? Yeah, it looks like 2014. When was like the UDK published? So yeah, it's like around that time. So that kind of like single signaled like the end for Gamebryo once Unreal became like the thing, right? It's just over here. They don't mention the UDK much over here, do they? So yeah, Unreal 4, yep, was the first version of Unreal to be free to download with royalty payments on game revenue. So that was 2014. So yeah, that starts to make sense. Like the last Gamebryo game being made in 2015. Yeah, people just jumped on the Unreal train. What about Unity then? When was that really like viable? So yeah, Unity was already eating into that market starting 2007, 2010, Unity 4 in 2012. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, no worries there, Tommy. Yep, enjoy. Yeah, I was just, you know, little trip down memory lane. I used to want to like fiddle around with Gamebryo so much back in the day, but it was like pure C++. I wouldn't have known what to do with it. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, um, a space case. If you want to look into Mermaider and like try and figure out why we're having those issues, go for it. But yeah, I was burning out on it. Like realistically, Mermaider, if I was doing it for for work, it would have been like a time boxed like like ticket. Like, hey, yeah, I'll put X amount of hours in, and then if we don't have anything by the end, we can assess if it's worth putting more time in. Right. And yeah, that assessment came. And I don't know. Yeah, like it's an interesting idea, but I don't necessarily like need it right now. So it's hard to justify the time investment. And damn, this thing's blowing up, man. 1 second, hold on. I'll reply to these on stream here. But basically, yeah, I did a post of Giphium over to Reddit. 188 upvotes, which is pretty huge. 21,000 views. Better than anything I saw on Twitter. Yeah, I wish we could get some of those numbers. That'd be cool. But I could see, like, if they gave you the numbers, maybe people would game it. Yeah, we were looking through all the other submissions yesterday, too, and I don't know. I think Giphium has a solid chance. No pun intended. I didn't even mean that pun. Oh, no. It's actually hilarious. I know, pretty solid pun. So, yeah, 190 upvotes. Hell yeah, I'll take it. 45 shares, pretty consistent, like, view rate. This is awesome. And I like the fact that he said cool, right? So he'll get an upvote from me. Fine. It's okay. Yeah, I'd love to see like the nice part about maybe like being able to see the solid hack upvotes would have been like, well, how much impact does sharing to Reddit for Show Off Saturday? How much impact does that actually have? That would have been kind of cool. And yeah, looks like we responded to all those. Well, right. Looks like we're good there. And sweet. So yeah, if you ever do want to like share something you built, Show Off Saturday on the web dev subreddit is actually not bad. Like you will get some snarky individuals, but that's just Reddit in general. All right, so user personas, game devs. ChatGPT wrapping startups. Hosting providers. Right, so these are like the core target markets, like the core like user personas that we're targeting with Waltr. When we consider which ones are probably like the biggest TAMs, I would say that's actually the biggest TAM. Game devs within game marketplaces might be second. ChatGPT wrapping startups third. Hosting providers fourth. And in this case, if you're not familiar with the term TAM, that's total addressable market. Do we think ChatGPT wrapping startups, right? And, you know, star. Or other LLM APIs, right? So these would be using quotas. I think all the rest of these can actually... No, yeah, let's do this. So these would be using quotas. These would be balances. Balances. And here I think balances and quotas. Now hold on. Settings. Indentation. How do we set it to spaces by default too? when I have to click that every time? Yeah, it looks like I just have to modify that myself. That's kind of annoying. All right. So what this basically means is that I'm going to need like marketing pages specifically for these. The home page could have a section about each one of these, right? When we consider the use case for ChatGPT wrapping startups, you may want to give people X amount of like free credits per month. So how do we want to actually model that in our types? Yeah, in my opinion, that is definitely a balance. Right? Free credits would be a number. We're going to add a to do for this. Oh, and that's an extension we don't have installed. Uh, oh man, does anyone remember which to do tool we had? I think it was to do highlighter. It was to do highlighter. Nice. And I almost want to start thinking about what our pitch deck for this would look like. So we'll start scaffolding it out. Why not? Yeah, no worries, Space Case. And it's going well, Array of Hope. Sorry, you had your comment earlier, right? About arrays or whatever. Sorry. And yeah, Space Case. I'm not saying I am even a good person at it, right? But you know, something I got to work on anyway. What seems complicated? Array, like the product I'm building. Yeah, especially because we're pivoting. So yeah, the pivot is a little complicated. And hold on. Yeah, yeah, sorry. Let me just bring this back up. Do I still have that Reddit link? Yeah. Let me reply to this in front of y'all, just cuz. Probably shouldn't be responding to every single person. But yeah, no worries, Space Case. See you in a bit. But yeah, Reddit. I expect to see very similar comments over on Hacker News when we finally release that. Well, if he's going to downvote me, I'm going to downvote him. Yeah, I just really think these people complaining about its usefulness, like, are they against Carbon and all the other like screenshotting tools for source code? I just don't think they get it. But yeah, I'll leave this, I don't know, somewhere that we can get back to it nice and easy. And let's continue, thinking about this project in general. Jeez, this thing raised money? Like, just based on the name, that's a pain. Huh. Lago only raised 125? This might be an old article. Oh, yeah, 2022. I'm not sure this is one we actually want to look at then. Hmm. Wait, Aaron Harris. Hold on. Is that the dude that wrote this one too? No. I just saw the A. All right, so the deck below is a template for how they think companies should build seed decks. And who is Aaron Harris? All right, so while the target is for a company raising its seed round, the deck is not all that different from best practices for a Series A deck, which this person will release next. Okay. Looks like we got another article here. So this is for the demo day. All right, so make sure they're legible. Sure. Large type, bold text, simple font. Good contrast. Sure. So the default font settings in Keynote suck. So yeah, text is way too small. Sure. Right? Aim for simplicity. Right? Two ideas when really they could have just done one on each page. Oh, interesting. So for a demo day presentation at Y Combinator, you only get 2 minutes and 30 seconds? That is crazy. Right? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to like take in on this slide. What I'd love to see is like a better example of how they would explain this. Yep. Yeah, so I've seen these kind of slides where like you're actually trying to make the slide as busy and complex as possible, right? To like hammer home the thing that you're trying to solve. Right? Screenshots are almost a bad idea every time. Push button, get marijuana. Sold. Where do I invest? Okay. So good notes there. Let's double check and see what they say here. Okay, so title page has the name of your company and a one-line description of what you do. It's the only place in the deck where you can have only one slide for what you need to show. Any other decks should be treated as a first slide of a set. If you can keep the set to n equals 1, it's ideal, but if you need more, that's okay. You probably don't want any set here where n is greater than 3. This is a seed deck. Okay, right? And I think my main goal is I probably want to try and bootstrap, so I don't know if a seed round is what I'm truly looking for. I guess technically we'd call it a seed no matter what, just because there's a stigma with like naming your seed rounds or naming your investment rounds. Okay, so yeah, let's just do a quick basic like slide deck. All right, this isn't meant to be the whole thing, but we want to take in the notes that they gave in like the demo day like description and some of the notes that they're giving on this page. How to design a deck well. Ooh. Right. So yeah, a lot of the same notes. Oh, is that the same? Yeah, same post. Okay. So, Waltr. Quotas. Balances. And usage for modern startups. Right? So, SaaS startups. Right? Let's just say every SaaS you have seen has a quota system as part of their billing. Right? Something like that. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? Right. We'll just bullshit this part. Ah, shit. Hold on. Um, how do I turn off prettier? Dot prettier ignore. So bandwidth, MAUs. Requests, etc. Balances, storage, credits, etc. Usage, compute, uh, VPSs, etc. Let me get more music going. So yeah, I think this is definitely not a good slide deck at the moment, but it's a good starting off point. Right? I'll have to get, the font solidified. But yeah, Waltr. Oh god, that doesn't look right. Eh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Yeah. There we go. I don't like how illegible that is. But yeah, we'll work on it. Then theoretically, we would have a slide for team, right? And then, yeah. All right. So we're not going to spend too much time on these slides. I just wanted to think about, are we getting like the right ideas into there? And yeah, styling it would be some effort. Yeah, sure. All right. So theoretically, if I was given 2.5 minutes to talk about this, we could make it happen. Yeah, we'd want to put way more effort into styling it, right? I think left aligning this stuff would be ideal. Oh, we got some typo up here. Yeah. All right. So we'll call that good. Let's get back to actually building the product. And yeah, anyone out here in like the startup world at all? Hold on, hold on. Yeah, you got just like the really negative Nancy's. Of course, it's Reddit, you know? They don't have fun unless they're shitting on something. It's just like Hacker News. Yeah. I mean, it's Reddit. They're the worst. Only worst place is Hacker News. Right? With a name like Ganja and Code. Yeah, how mature are they? Get blame and make whoever's fault it actually was fix it. Yeah, no, that's not how logic works. That's not how work works. Yeah, no, this guy's a dickhead. This guy's a total dickhead. Yeah, and it's not even that. That's just not how source code, like how actual work works, you know? The thing that's broken, you just fix it. That's the job. You can't just pivot and say, hey man, you broke this thing. You need to drop what you're doing and fix it. That's never worked in any job ever. You know, like, sorry, no, you've got the ticket for the bug. Fix the bug. So, yeah, total dickhead. Can I just mute him so I don't have to see anything else he says? That would be way better. Yeah, that would be way better. I know, right? Like, yeah, I don't see a way of doing that anymore. Maybe you have to go to their thing and do it there. There we go. Block account. There we go. So yeah, you have to do it from their profile. Oh, interesting that it shows when you block someone as deleted. Interesting. Like they didn't actually delete it, right? But when you block someone, it labels it as deleted. Huh. I don't think I've noticed that before. Right? Like if I log out, they're still there, of course. Yeah, interesting. No, it's still there. Like I logged out just to check. Hold on, we're gonna skip this song. No, it's totally still there. Interesting. All right, so let's just double check and then get back to what we're doing. Yeah, it's deleted only for me, which is strange. I just figured they would have shown like blocked or something else, you know? And yeah, hold on. Space case. So I figured, yeah, these might be worthwhile to you. Yeah, right? Just showing the text blocked. Might make you want to unlock and see what you missed. Yeah, that's a good point. And I wonder if it would even show the deleted if I hadn't already replied to it. Like, what if that's the issue? Because I replied to it, they still want me to be able to expand what I wrote. I don't know. But yeah, Space Case. So there's that. And then there was this one, which is about like designing it better too. These are very much focused on like the Y Combinator like approach to it though. So yeah, this is more about like the demo day slide deck for Y Combinator. But yeah, I don't know. I just hacked out a bunch of stuff into mine. I don't think they're necessarily good slides. I definitely need to like design and style them better. But yeah, anyone here who's actually done like, pitching and startup stuff, I'd be curious if like this is enough for like a good quick deck. A business model canvas first. And that's like how you're planning on billing people yourself? Because yes, I haven't worked out my own like billing model yet. Going to Indy, like Indianapolis? Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, so I think yeah, Space Case, that would be for like a later round. I think for seed rounds, that would be more like building that out like as like investors approach you kind of thing. So that's where the stuff is a little more up in the air. Like you basically need to find like a lead investor to help you decide that stuff first. They're going to help you like or not help you, but they're basically going to set their terms. And then at that point you make like follow-up investors fit that for that round. I think that's the way that ends up working. At least for seed or pre-seed. Once you get into like Series A, Series B, I think that's different. But for seed, like none of that stuff is actually decided yet. Now, maybe like expenses and some of those things would make sense. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is more like the seed round. So the seed round would be more like we're like pre-revenue. Yeah. So I think instead you need to like really consider the difference between like a seed pitch deck and a like a series A pitch deck or, like later series pitch deck, right? So basically like pre-product market fit or post-product market fit. right? Right, which is huge. But yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not the expert. I would love to chat more about this with people that do know better. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put these over in my notes too. Sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I've definitely like chatted with some people over drinks, so like, it's not binding at all, where at least a couple of them were like, this is a good idea. I would happily invest, but like, they're doing it from like their personal perspective. They're not like at some venture capital fund. So yeah, I could probably like pitch some angel investors, but yeah, VC may be more discerning. I do think, hold on, I need to go pee. Just double checking. Man, 240. Like, that's a good set of upvotes. I'm kind of pumped on it. Makes me think that like Hacker News and Product Hunt post would be a good idea at some point too. Like after we do the push of like the latest changes. But yeah, so we're going to get back to actually just building out our data modeling, right? Like really thinking about what things are part of this. And this really, really does. This does cause us to have to like rethink the entire thing. Yeah, maybe. See, I think that is less of a valid use case. Like, if you want to use it for that, go for it. I think, yes, you definitely make a good point that it's not built into GitHub in a clean way. I think GitKraken does have the idea of like code suggestions, though. And I think that's a better mechanism for like the PR part. Yeah, yeah, but like a code suggestion can get you that, I think, easier. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. That's way tougher for sure. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I know, right? Yeah, it's tough. That would be something where, like, as part of my job, it might be worth it to try and create a convince your boss kind of slide deck that then you, as like, the champion or person within a team, could like fine tune by like adding or dropping things. Yeah, I'm gonna make a note of that for myself, just in case. But and hey, what's up, Lightspeed? Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pour some more water, and yeah, it's about 5 o'clock. We can have a beverage. Not trying to overdo it. We got gaming tonight, but yeah, I'm gonna go pee. BRP. Okay. And I'm back. You're trying to compile Linux kernel. You're close to the bottom of the rabbit hole now, you think? You think? Yeah. Uh, that answer is pretty much never correct. You're never at the bottom of the rabbit hole. Right? Has anyone here ever gotten to the bottom of the rabbit hole? You get close? Okay. Hmm. And yeah, Robotic Ed, you looking forward to some Pal World tonight? That's not a bad idea. The whiskey is Four Roses, and I'm just mixing it with water. So it's pretty boring, actually. Yeah, I don't really do cocktails that much. I definitely meant to reply to that sooner. No, I haven't heard anything about that space case. Hold on. Hmm. This seems interesting. So yeah, they don't mention the trading card game. So wait, when is the major update planned? I didn't see any of that. Sorry, we're getting a bit distracted. Wait, second post? You mean third? Like this one? I don't like the update? Oh, interesting. So there was an update that came today. Well, I mean, this one's just about like a lack of Gen AI. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, it looks like a bunch of junk. I'm sure there's something in there, but yeah, I don't know. It's too much effort. And hold on, this is actually some good feedback. Yeah, that's not a bad idea there. All right, let's close some of this and let's continue with our data modeling. And this is where a bit of like an like an ERD, like entity relationship diagram, would be nice. Hmm. And wait, Lightspeed. Who wants Power World? Looks like 4 out of 10. What do you mean, like, looks like 4 out of 10? Sorry, I missed that part. All right, so Quota would definitely have a label. OpenRouter.ai? Never heard of OpenRouter. Nope, not even close. Kind of. I would say think at a higher level, right? Sure, if you're building a chat GPT wrapper, you're going to be charging people for credits to your service. So if we look at, what is it? What's the one that Levels makes, right? Levels IO. Like Headshot AI or something. AvatarAI.me. Is that it? Photo AI. Right? So the idea is you don't know or care what LLM Photo AI is using under the hood. You're just using Photo AI. You end up getting 50 AI photos a month. Those are the credits that we have a balance of. Right? So you would spend your $9. Your $9 at the beginning of the month gives you your 50 credits. As you make a photo, you deduct from those credits. That is the balance management aspect of things. So theoretically, OpenRouter might do something similar, but I think OpenRouter itself becomes way more complicated because it's more of an aggregator, like for a bunch of stuff, which is not what we're talking about here. You are building some type of wrapper that has to pay per credit to whatever you're wrapping, but that part is less important. So Waltr could be used for this 50 photos billed at the $9 per month thing. And really, what I'm thinking about here is that the difference between a balance and a quota is really kind of fuzzy. But what like the reason I want to split them out is for like the end user of my tool. I think it's just an easier mental model to separate them, even if like the way they work under the hood ends up being very similar. The difference between a quota and a balance are different. So for something like this, you could actually do quota or balance. Either one would work. Like, what I don't see here is like how you end up doing, right? If you run out of credits, do you automatically just have to upgrade to the next like monthly tier, or can you just add credits a little bit at a time? To me, that would be a balance. If it's just you get a quota based on the tier, yeah, this is a quota. So I think that part's a little trickier. Exactly, Space Case, right? Now, in this case, they overlap quite a bit. In the case of maybe a video game where you have an internal currency, that's a balance because that's not a quota. So if you want to get more of that currency, you purchase it and you add to your balance and then you deduct from that. In the same way that DigitalOcean and their billing works for hosting. But theirs is usage-based instead of transaction-based. So when you're thinking about these types of services, the difference is not as night and day. When you consider the difference between a quota system for a software as a service versus a balance for a game, it becomes very obvious what the difference is. No, we don't want to talk of anything about that, their light speed. Yeah, we pivoted back to Waltr. So yeah, I did a post over to the web dev subreddit, and yeah, as always, it's Reddit, so there's a bunch of naysayers. Yeah. So the web dev subreddit totally allows you to like there's the show off Saturday flair that you can do. So if you want to like publicize something you built, that's pretty much the only way to show it off to the web dev community on subreddit or on Reddit. Yeah. Thank you. And a bunch of people are stoked on it, but then there's always, there's always a dickhead or two. No, we're not going to do Product Hunt or Hacker News until I've done the publish. Right? So after voting is done, I can actually publish out the ones like the bugs that get fixed and a bunch of that stuff. Thanks, Bad Nintendo. So yeah, I'm waiting to do the Hacker News and Product Hunt and Dev Hunt post until after voting. just because we fix enough bugs, like we improve the experience like enough that it's probably worth it just to wait. I just did the show off Saturday to try and get a few more votes on the solid hack submission thing. If y'all want to use it, definitely go check out solid hack. If you haven't voted on solid hack yet, I would really appreciate your vote. Also, make sure you upvote other things that you like too. Like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff in this list. The ones that require a login automatically, though. Nope. I don't understand what this is. It's a chess game. Okay. Oh. So the duck prevents you from making a move. Wait, what? What the fuck does the duck do? Oh. Okay, okay, hold on. So I could do something like this and then move the duck to there. Okay, so they couldn't move to that spot, so they have to move back. Oh, I get it. Okay. Interesting. I'm very confused by it, but okay. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. So I get it. I get it. I got the move I want to make now. Oh, I get it. Okay, so I'm really bad at chess. It's a way to block their move. So if I wanted to, I could have put the duck in between my bishop and their queen, and they wouldn't have been able to move it there. It's very confusing, though. Right, so now they can't take my king. But now I also can't move my queen. Okay, so yeah, I'm losing this game. Like, I am totally losing this game. All right, no, that's kind of a cool premise. Okay. Yeah, I'll give it an upvote. No, I'm terrible at chess. Sign track. What is sign track? The web app is a hybrid of Seinfeld calendar and time tracking app. Set target hours, how much you would like to work on a project a day, and start your streak. It's intended to be self-hosted behind your auth like Athelia or Cloudflare Access. This is the demo version, and database will be cleared once a week. Okay, so foo, target hours a day for... What does it have to do with Seinfeld? Oh, is that a thing? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I'm not a big fan of Jerry Seinfeld, so yeah. That would make sense though. Oh, okay there, Coin Laundry. That makes sense. Okay. That's a good point. Okay. Oh god, this seems really bullshitty. Harness the power of neuroscience to maximize your productivity. So people really, really like the idea of productivity like task tracking tools. Okay. Right? How much productivity has been lost to building productivity apps? Oh, yeah. These are not accessible. It's kind of cool though. Okay. So yeah, no, there's some interesting projects in there for sure. Oh yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm just having fun. Yeah, I'm not signing up. Pipeline UI. Okay. So it's like a pipeline visualizer. Oh, and it modifies the file. That's kind of cool. Hmm. Oh, that's kind of nifty. I like that. Recipe stuff. Pistachio pasta? Add cream cheese to the skillet. There's no way this is. Hold on. How much cream cheese? Doesn't give us any portions. Just however much cream cheese you want. So I'm not sure how they can tell you it's only 600 calories. Oh, I must be logged in. It's a pretty site though. So they did a good job there. Okay. I don't know. I feel like it was worth looking. What is this? Data one? I don't know what I'm looking at. All right. So yeah, that's all of it. I don't know. I feel pretty good about my chances. Hold on. We didn't look at Spotter yet. Pricing. Okay. Yeah, so I think this person was a bit ambitious with what they were trying to build. And yeah, I don't know. Whatever. All right, let's double check. Anything else to reply to over here? Man, 270. Is this my most upvoted post? Hold on, I'm curious about that. Ah, not quite. HTML biscuits got higher. But we're getting there. Yeah, I really do think this one has the potential to go higher. Yeah, Reddit Mobile might be doing more aggressive caching. Oh no, what do other people see? And yeah, DJ Coin Laundry, thank you for the follow. I remember it being at about 95, maybe like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. So I don't know, that's not that long. For the most part, I've never heard good things about the Reddit mobile app. But yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Did you go vote on the Solid Hack website, though? That's the important part. No, no, no. So the way to think about it, and Austin, we do need to update the description. It's more like the user spends $20 for currency within your internal platform, and then you just deduct from that currency as they do usage, etc. So it's the same model that every game follows, right? Where you're probably incentivized to spend more to get free credits at that higher fee because it lowers their percentage of how much you're spending towards what they have to pay towards fees for the platform. So PayPal is 2.5% plus 25 cents. If you're spending $1, that 25 cents is way more than the 2.5%, right? Now, the Apple App Store has their own way of kind of like condensing that. But if you were using PayPal as your billing mechanism, then yeah, you would want to incentivize your users to spend more money. Lightspeed. With every game you've ever played, they would prefer that you spend $20 instead of spending $1 20 times. Because when you use PayPal, you pay 25 cents for every transaction plus 2.5%. So for $1, that would be 27.28 cents, right? For $20, that would be less than $1, right? So if you wanted to have someone purchase $20 worth of your thing, right? But they did it in small increments, per transaction fees will eat you up. Which is why pretty much every game ever created follows the pattern of giving you extra shit coins or whatever they want to call it within the game if you spend more money to get it, right? So EA follows that pattern. NBA 2K follows that pattern. They all follow that pattern. And yeah, Scroll Talk. Yeah, how you doing? So you just used Giphium? Is that you that just like tagged me on Twitter there too? You don't have to dox yourself. Ah, yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's one hell of a diff you got there. What is the language scroll? And yeah, Scroll Talk. Wait, hold on. Scroll is like the thing you're building, isn't it? It's like Markdown meets Lisp. Ah, right. Hence the name. Like that makes sense. Got it. Oh, that's cool. So Lightspeed. No, not quite. No, all this is balance management. So, you know, incentivize your users via free credits or whatever to spend more at one time, and your per transaction cost is lower. That's it. Now, technically, Waltr is pivoting to not just being balance based, but also quota based. So just imagine that you are Vercel and you want to bill people for bandwidth. Every time someone uses some bandwidth, you just send me a request saying how much was used, and that will go into the quota that the user has available, such as 1 terabyte, right? And then once they go above that terabyte, well, then you can start measuring, like you can still like track it towards the quota. And, like then later you do the billing reconciliation once a month that then charges them for the overage. Now, the main goal with Waltr is I don't touch the money. I am just about managing the APIs and infrastructure for maintaining those balances and those quotas. You are still responsible for collecting money from the user and resetting or adding to their quotas or balances, etc. Are there any e-commerce solutions for this right now? I don't know what you mean by that, Austin. Like, are you saying, is there a software as a service that does exactly what Waltr does? No. Not that I know of. The closest thing might be something like RLimit, which is rate limiting as a service. I thought the name of it was RLimit. Uh, yeah, it is. Man, their SEO sucks. Yeah, as far as I know, there are no alternatives to Waltr because I'm not trying to be like there are things that do the billing part, but not necessarily the quota part. And because they exist for the billing part, I'm trying to separate from those things. So you could look at something like Lago, right? It is a metering and billing solution. But most of these things aim to like be the middleman between you and Stripe or whatever. Right? So yes, subscription fees, usage-based charges, prepaid usage with credits, like technically it's very similar. But I don't know. I think what I'm going for is slightly different. So I wouldn't say it's fully unique. But right, like I'm not aiming to have any kind of integrations. This is not my concern. Not yet, at least. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we've got some like pivoting to do just because. Yeah, I don't know. Like the main goal is I want to be able to use Waltr for other things I build. I have other stuff where I want to manage quotas, and I don't want to build them ad hoc. Wait, what do you mean Lightspeed? What's your question? I work at GitKraken. Sure, I've been there for a while. Um, I don't know, earlier this year, man. No, they don't. All right, so the user stuff we don't touch. Business, business we just leave. Right, account that is tied to a business. And yeah, let's bring these back down. No, Waltr is not open source. Kiev, English only, please. I'm not going to go log into some service, Keeve. Oh, sorry, Scroll Talk. Yeah, YouTube is really like terrible about their demonetization and stuff. So I code with music, but the music's over on Twitch, which is kind of nice. So like if you want to listen to your own music, right? Like, YouTube's great for that. But yeah, if you want to listen to the music I'm listening to, it's over here on Twitch. Yeah, no worries, Scroll Talk. Ooh, and hold on, Scroll Talk. I'm actually really curious about like the thing I'm building. I want to pitch to YC and other things, right? So I started building out just the very basics of a slide deck. I'm curious, like, how in depth do you go with your slide decks? How much would it cost you to make a point of sale for a restaurant? And yeah, no worries there, Keith. Building a point of sale system is incredibly complicated. Never had a slide deck when you did your YC stuff? So the main goal for Waltr is we want to maintain quotas and balances and also kind of like usage-based billing for modern software as a service in games. So every game has an internal currency that they want to maintain balances for. Every software as a service has quotas like bandwidth and storage, and even things like DigitalOcean, where you spin up a droplet, you want to maybe deduct from the user's prepaid balance based upon how long that droplet has been running. So how do you actually do that? Usage-based billing as well. So the main goal is basically the balance and quota management. We can do it at a transactional level, or we can do it at a usage-based level. And the main goal is, like businesses build out their quota systems and balance systems and all that. And the times they're building that out and building visualizations and dashboards for it is time that they're not actually building their service. No, not prepaid cards whatsoever. No, Waltr is more about just like the ledger, right? So Waltr doesn't handle the money for you. Waltr doesn't do any of that stuff, right? We're not a middleman to Stripe. None of that. This is just maintaining the ledger as a service with two different ways of managing that ledger, usage-based or transactional. No, Austin, that's not my job. Bandwidth measuring, that's up to the client. They simply send me a request to add to their ledger for bandwidth, right? So yeah, it may not be a good business, Scroll Talk, but at least that's the elevator pitch. any indie game dev that operates a marketplace, right? Like you want to buy skins in Fortnite. You're going to spend $20 to get whatever that currency they have in Fortnite, and then their internal marketplace deducts from your balance when you buy a skin. Bam. That's a target customer. Any software as a service that's doing, metered billing. So you subscribe for $20 a month, right? And you get a terabyte of bandwidth. How are you tracking that bandwidth? The ledger as a service. I have this as a pain point because I don't want to build it myself from scratch for every single startup I want to build. When you say seems very easy to maintain a ledger, anytime they're building that out is time that they're not spending building out their service. So just like it's very easy to build your own auth, Clerk is a business for a reason. Right? OurLimit.com is a massively profitable business. It's just rate limiting as a service. But anytime you're building that out, it's time you're not building your actual business. It needs a tweak to the idea. Sure. Yeah, no, and I understand that. Is it a tweak to the idea or a tweak to the way I pitch it? Yeah, in my opinion, anytime you're building out internal dashboards for visualizing the ledgers, for, internal reporting and tools like that, that's something that you could save that time on. And I think pretty much every software as a service could benefit from that. Every chat GPT wrapper that generates headshots, like Photo AI, right? Oh, if I could spell. Oh, hold on, that's not it. Right? So personally, especially when you're just a chat GPT wrapper or OpenAI wrapper, your ability to actually build upon your actual product versus just building out your billing system is time that you're moving quicker than a competitor. Which is why I think, auth as a service exists. Because I fully believe any capable company, any capable startup could build their own auth system. No problem, right? Clerk would not be needed. But anytime you're spending doing that is time that you're not actually going to market quicker. So my entire use case basically is the same use case that Clerk fulfills. Yeah, no, I get that. So yeah, YC would want to know how it becomes $1 billion business. Sure. I'm really curious how Clerk becomes $1 billion business. Personally. Now, luckily, Clerk operates in the same space as Auth0, and Auth0 has already been purchased for $1 billion. So that's the trickier bit, right? There's already pre-existing things that have proven the $1 billion valuation. Whereas I think I'm operating in I don't know if what I'm operating in is a blue ocean or a tar pit. Because there isn't enough proving it. Right. But that's marketing speak, The most comprehensive ledger management system. Just replace user with ledger. Does it make it actually true? No, that's marketing speak in my opinion, which is, what you need to sell YCs on. So I understand that. That's yeah, that's a good point. So Abby, not yet, right? Like, yeah, so Abby and Scroll Talk. Yeah, I get that, right? I think the MVP is just simple like ledger or balance management. But like I don't see how clerk grows beyond their current description, right? Like another example is like unkey. It's API key management. Sure. That also just seems like something someone could build, like internally. So yeah, what I'm looking at is like the prior art of businesses that are doing something that is relatively simple, that is just outside the scope of what your business is actually trying to do. So yeah, I need to think about like what this could grow into. I think that's trickier. So hold on, Uber King Kong. I don't have it installed right now. Oh, I do. Yeah, it's called Stethoscope. So basically, if I navigate to a GitHub repo, I think it's Express.js. If I navigate to a GitHub repo and maybe refresh, here we go. Express.js, you know, only gets an F, right? Now, technically, I think we have some bugs with Stethoscope that make it not ideal. But when I'm evaluating a GitHub repo, there are things that I look for, like the presence of a README file. Well, actually, there is one, so I've got a bug here with detecting that. When was the most recent commit? 3 days ago? Okay. Yeah, so really, we've got bugs in Stethoscope that I need to evaluate. I haven't looked at it for a while. But all of these criteria are things I use to evaluate third-party products, right? Like APIs, etc. It's all right, Percival. You're all right. Thanks. Yeah, we got some work to do on it, though. Yeah, it's a Chrome extension. Yeah, one of these days, like, tomorrow we'll probably keep working on Waltr and, like, changing up our data model a bit more. But I'm going to start treating at least, like, one day a week as, like, open source day, in which I go back and work on some of these projects, like Stethoscope, etc. One second. Here you go, Austin. Yeah, so npms.io? I haven't seen that before. Oh. Okay, so that's how they do some of the stuff there. But they don't really dig into like a larger dashboard of it. But they do like, they do rank it, which is cool. So yeah, that's nice. So yeah, scroll talk. Thank you. Yeah, no, I like that. And yeah, I do think it is a monetizable space, etc. Yeah, how I could turn it into a $1 billion company? That part I would have trouble with. And that's also kind of what like the incubator is for, right? To help you like consider that more. So I don't know. Yeah, I definitely want to apply. I kind of want to get like the MVP like launched and like, marketed a little bit. Try and get some customers. I'm just waiting for the next pandemic so I don't have to move to San Fran. It's only kind of a joke. But yeah, so basically, I'm building this because I want it to exist, because I don't want to build out quota management, etc., for all of the other startup ideas I want to build too. I think it does a little bit, but we're also pivoting because this is only about like the usage based and microtransaction stuff. And I think Lago and a couple other companies are really satisfying that in a great way. And also, like, this doesn't satisfy everything I want to do with it as well. Right? So, yeah, I need to actually expand on this landing page. This is like before the pivot to being like a general ledger rather than like a prepaid ledger. No, I don't yet, Austin. I have ones that I want to monetize that I want to build out, but yeah, I want to do this part first. All right, so let's consider looking at our types again. And hold on, I missed some questions, I think. So, Abby, yeah, I don't have anything for like measuring the bandwidth part yet, right? That could be part of the eventual tooling, like the eventual tooling. Um, like as an example, if we go to my documentation, like I've already got the Open API spec and documentation for the API generated. We're gonna have to add more to it as we build things and do some of that. But the general idea is I've already kind of started generating SDKs if people want to get like type safety for making requests to the API from whatever language. So I'm using Open API Generator for that. Things like that. But as far as like very specific like bandwidth measuring or any of that, like nah. For generating the API? Ooh, so, yeah, we're like close to wrapping up for the day. We're going to keep working on this tomorrow, of course. But we can dig into kind of what we got going there. So, quickest and easiest way is let's look at an API endpoint. And we'll just say maybe, let's go to accounts and creating a new account. And here I have this decorator for this endpoint. And I used a decorator for it because we get type safety from it. Like if I did public to, well, that's an error. Public doesn't exist on it. I find that so much better than doc blocks, which is like just a comment with this metadata in it. So I define whether it's going to go into my public or private API. I define whether, like what the summary and the description are, and this logic right here, if we go look at the page, right? Bam. That's that right there. So I'm actually taking all of this metadata, right? The tags that we're grouping it by in accounts, like all of this goes into and generates an open API specification. And then there's other metadata that I kind of like add to it to get descriptions for some of these props. If we go look at, let's see, I built that decorator. So I built the script that looks for that decorator and generates the open API spec. So it's not open source. Well, it is open source, but it's not documented in any way. So if we go to Calatrava and we look at request response, in here is where a script is going to go and build the OpenAPI YAML file. It's also going to convert the TS to Zod so that I have validators. So my validator is based upon my OpenAPI spec. So if you see this is valid request, that is programmatically driven from our schemas. Like it's a lot of like code-driven documentation. So if I make a change, I just push it up and it's done. The decorator itself, I believe, hold on, maybe it's in types. I'm trying to remember where I put that decorator now. Yeah. So the decorator here, this @route decorator, is actually a runtime no-op. All it's doing is defining the props that you're going to pass to it, because we're going to use an AST crawler, right? We're going to take a script and break down our API endpoint file here, or technically the OpenAPI file, or sorry, the API endpoint file here. We're going to use a script to break it down and find this via the abstract syntax tree. And that's how we end up generating and building the OpenAPI spec. So this is all part of like a meta framework I built on top of a thing called Architect, so that I can release out to AWS Lambda and DynamoDB nice and easy. So yeah, like Architect doesn't have a concept of middleware. Some of the stuff it does with the ARC files is not ideal. So I just ended up building a bunch of like stuff on top of Architect that I needed. And it is open source, but it's not very well documented because I just built it for myself. I remember, like I've chatted with Theo about this before, and one quote that I will happily quote him on is that he didn't think Architect was actually useful until he saw some of the stuff I built on top of it, such as this like API like spec generation stuff. So I'm kind of proud of that. Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't mean he'll ever actually use it, but it is a very nice quote. And yeah, my favorite thing is all of this is also tested for correctness using Dread.js. So my OpenAPI spec isn't just, throw it out into a file and hope that it's good. I'm actually spinning this up and running integration tests against my API using an automated tool called Dread.js. So there's a lot of just like automation that goes into this documentation that I'm really proud of. And because I can trust that the OpenAPI spec is accurate, generating an SDK from it using OpenAPI generator is something that I'm okay with. A lot of the time, like generators are tricky. But yeah, you can generate API clients in all of these languages from a valid OpenAPI spec. So that's what I'm currently doing for SDKs for Waltr. When it comes to this actual like page where the visualizations are happening, I'm using a thing called MarkDoc. And Astro is kind of like aggregating a bunch of that. So this was all just like kind of custom styling and MarkDoc components and some of that stuff. But yeah, heavily modeled after the Stripe docs because they're fantastic. The reason I like the MarkDoc is it's similar to MDX. So eventually, I would be able to maybe switch between curl right here and change it to something like JS or like, some other language, and it would just be a different snippet. And then eventually, because it's interactive, if the user's logged in, they could actually run it against their API or something too. Just because you get that kind of reactivity from just building React components with it. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So similar to this, right? Like, this is all a static site, but it becomes dynamic when you realize that we can change the language that we're documenting things with just by changing this, and it applies to all of these other like code snippets, which is kind of nice. So I'm going to do something very similar with the Waltr docs as well. I would say don't use Vexilla. I discovered a bunch of bugs earlier today. We'll have to work on that on the next open source day too. And okay, so someone asked one more question that I wanted to make sure I didn't ignore. Let me just put this back to where it was. And yeah, in our types, someone mentioned that for the quota, that we would want something like the currency label or whatever. That's what label here is actually for. So, for the quota, if it was megabytes or kilobytes per second or whatever, that's actually what that label value would be. So I forget who asked that question. Sorry about that. Just now getting to it, remembering some of the comments I might have forgotten. That's actually not a bad point, because we would still want like a name for it as well. So yeah, I'm almost thinking like we could do name string and then label is the thing we're labeling the currency or the number with. But maybe it's just suffix. But then we run into like, well, is it always going to be a suffix? But that was a good point. Yeah, name, I think, makes a lot of sense. And then once we have a name prop, I think label is fine too, right? Unit. I like that. I like unit. Yeah, great call. I like that. I feel like tag is something we could add later. Austin, if I was just going to do the prepaid billing thing, I'd say we're really close. But I don't think it's a valid MVP anymore because we're going to want to have like possibly like more than one quota. And what customer is asking for that? Me. I'm the customer that wants more than one quota. So yeah, I mean, there is definitely a problem to building software for yourself because it's not technically a validation. But yeah, I am the user that needs this. So yeah, I'm pivoting because of that. Yeah, exactly, Scroll Talk. I think so, right? Yeah. The old Field of Dreams approach, for sure. Yeah, like at the end of the day, if I build something where I'm the only customer, I'm still okay with it because I was going to have to build this stuff out anyway, right? If I build it here once, then that saves me time as I build out other like micro SaaSes. Like I have an idea, like it's not a unique idea. It's basically dub.co. Like I basically want to build out like a separate dub.co. Build it like totally on top of Cloudflare and then pitch it to like the Cloudflare incubator. But I would still need like quota management for a dub.co clone, right? And yeah, I'm just still currently on the fence of if I need to really split out quotas and balances. Or if they're really the same thing as just, it's an internal ledger. And then there's just like, polymorphic stuff on top of that to like determine how it gets shown in the UI. So that's something I definitely want to like stew on a little bit. I'm a big fan of the diffuse thought process. So while I'm gaming tonight, I can have that idea like really prove itself. So Uber. And that does remind me, Insomnia is the app I've used before. But there's an open source Insomnia alternative. What is it? Insomnium? Insomnium. Oh, archived though? It's probably fine though. Yeah, for like just like ad hoc quick testing, I like Insomnia just because of the way it does like the hooks. But as far as like actual testing, Dread.js. Problem with Dread.js is it is also just not that well maintained. You can tell that because it still considers OpenAPI 3 experimental. Right? So that's not ideal. But yeah, Dread.js with a little bit of scripting allows you to pass it an OpenAPI spec, and it'll actually make requests to your API based upon those. You still need to do some of the hooks yourself, right? Such as before articles publish an article, attach your token or something, right? So there's still like scripting to do, but it's less like manual scripting of integration tests. Yeah, I really wish Dread was more maintained. But okay, so yeah, it's 6:30. It's about time to go hop into some gaming with Robotic Head, Algo Bro, and Acorn. Are they over in the chat yet? They aren't yet, but we can make our way over there. Cause yeah, I want to play some Pal World with some pals. So, who are we gonna go raid? Acorn's still going, but they'll probably be wrapping up soon. Yeah, we had a good day. We're still like just thinking through the pivot. Midnight Simon? Oh, he's going, huh? Yeah, and he hasn't started yet on like the competition part. Nice. Yeah, he's great. Good call. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Midnight Simon. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. And yes, I do plan on streaming tomorrow, I think, on this channel. Because I don't have any like truly pressing like editing or work stuff to do. I do have some editing to do, but it'll be kind of quick. Hopefully I can knock it out tomorrow morning, actually. So yeah, I plan on streaming on this channel tomorrow. And yeah, hope to see you all here. And that goes for everyone over there on YouTube as well. Thank you for hanging out, Scroll Talk. Appreciate that. And yeah, I'm curious about Scroll. Yeah, at some point, yeah, I'd like to see like a link or something. We can check it out. Like, you know, if you make it in here like early-ish tomorrow, we can slowly look at it here on stream. So yeah, YouTube, farewell. I will see you guys again soon.